Welcome to Dreamshade Stories. Thank you so much for choosing to spend this time with me tonight. Now, close your eyes, let your shoulders drop, and now, let's begin our story. The Hunter's Quiet Days. Chapter 1. The Weight of Morning Wood. The cabin door opened with the same creak it had carried for decades. Nathaniel stood in the threshold, his breath visible in the cold mountain air, watching the mist settle into the valley below. He had watched this same scene unfold thousands of times, each morning blending into the next like watercolors bleeding together on damp paper. The sun had not yet cleared the eastern ridge, but the sky held that particular shade of gray-blue that promised its arrival within the hour. He stepped onto the porch, his boots meeting the worn wood with a familiar sound. The boards knew his weight, had learned it over years of the same morning routine. They creaked in the same places, a language between man and timber that required no thought. His breath came steady and even. The cold entered his lungs and settled there, sharp and clean, carrying with it the scent of pine and the faint mineral smell of distant snow. The woodpile stood against the cabin's north wall, covered by a tarp that had faded from green to something closer to moss. Nathaniel moved toward it with the slow, economical movements of someone who had learned to conserve energy. His joints protested in the cold, a dull chorus of aches that rose each morning and faded as the day wore on. He had stopped fighting against this years ago. Now he simply acknowledged it, the way one might nod to an old neighbor passing on the road. He pulled back the tarp, revealing the stacked wood beneath. The logs were split and seasoned, arranged with the care of someone who understood that winter in the mountains was not a season to face unprepared. He selected 3 pieces, running his hand along the grain of each before adding it to the crook of his arm. The wood was dry, ready to burn. He had cut these logs last spring, back when his shoulder had bothered him less and the days had stretched longer. Carrying the wood inside, Nathaniel moved through the dim interior of the cabin with the certainty of long practice. His eyes adjusted to the lower light. The main room held a wood stove, a table with 2 chairs, and a rocking chair positioned near the window. On the walls hung various implements of his life, an old rifle, a fishing rod, several knives of different sizes, and a photograph so faded that the faces in it had become suggestions rather than features. He knelt before the stove, his knees making small popping sounds as he lowered himself down. Inside, the ashes from yesterday's fire lay cold and gray. He stirred them with a poker, checking for any remaining embers, though he knew he would find none. The routine was the thing. The checking, the certainty of the process. From a wooden box beside the stove, he withdrew a handful of kindling. These were small twigs and bark strips he had gathered throughout the previous weeks, keeping them dry for mornings like this. He arranged them carefully in the stove, creating space for air to flow. Above the kindling, he placed progressively larger pieces of wood, building a structure that would catch and hold the flame. The match scratched against its box with a sound that filled the quiet cabin. The small flame danced at the end of the wooden stick, casting moving shadows across Nathaniel's weathered hands. He touched it to the kindling, watching as the fire began its work. The bark caught first, curling and blackening as the flames licked upward. Smoke rose in thin streams, finding its way up the chimney. Nathaniel remained kneeling, watching the fire establish itself. This was not impatience, but rather an appreciation of the process. He had learned long ago that a fire could not be rushed, that it required attention in its early moments. The kindling snapped and popped, and the larger pieces began to char at their edges. When he was satisfied that the fire would sustain itself, he closed the stove door and adjusted the damper. Rising to his feet was a slower process than kneeling had been. He used the wall for support, feeling the various protests of his body as it straightened. Outside, the light had changed. The sun was closer now, though still hidden behind the mountains. The valley below remained wrapped in morning fog. He moved to the small kitchen area, where a hand pump drew water from a well that had never run dry. The pump handle was smooth from use, the metal worn to a shine where his hands gripped it. He worked it up and down, hearing the familiar squeak of the mechanism, until water gushed forth into the kettle he held beneath the spout. The water was cold, so cold it made his fingers ache as drops splashed onto them. The kettle went onto the stove, which was already beginning to radiate heat. Nathaniel could feel the warmth spreading through the cabin, pushing back against the cold that had settled during the night. He stood for a moment with his hands near the stove, letting the heat work its way into his fingers. While waiting for the water to heat, he moved about the cabin with purposeful slowness. He straightened the blanket on his bed, not because it was particularly disordered, but because it was part of the morning. He swept the floor, even though little dust had accumulated overnight. He wiped down the table, checked the latch on the window, and adjusted the photograph on the wall to hang perfectly straight. These were the rituals that marked the beginning of his day. Each action flowed into the next without conscious thought, a choreography learned through repetition. The cabin was small enough that he could complete these tasks in the time it took for water to heat, and he had long ago calibrated his movements to match this timing. The kettle began to whisper, then sing, and finally to call out with its high-pitched whistle. Nathaniel wrapped a cloth around the handle and lifted it from the stove. He poured water over the coffee grounds in his metal press, watching as the water darkened and the rich smell of coffee filled the cabin. He had learned to appreciate coffee late in life, but now it was as essential to his mornings as breath. While the coffee steeped, he cut 2 thick slices from a loaf of bread he had baked 3 days prior. The knife was sharp, well-maintained, and the bread was dense and heavy, the kind that would sustain a man through a morning's work. He placed the slices in a cast-iron pan on the stove, where they began to toast slowly. The morning sounds of the cabin surrounded him. The crackle of the fire, the slight creak of the building settling, the wind moving through the pines outside. These sounds formed a familiar symphony, and Nathaniel listened to them while preparing his breakfast. His own movements added to the composition, the clink of a knife against a plate, the scrape of a chair being pulled from the table, the soft exhalation as he sat down. He ate slowly, without particular hunger, but with steady purpose. The toast was crisp and warm, the coffee strong and bitter. Through the window, he could see the sun finally cresting the mountain, sending shafts of light down into the valley. The mist was beginning to thin, revealing glimpses of the forest below. After breakfast, there were dishes to wash. He heated more water and scrubbed the few items he had used, drying each piece carefully before returning it to its place. The economy of his life showed in these moments. He owned exactly what he needed, no more, no less. Each item had its purpose and its place, and the morning routine ensured that everything remained in order. With the cabin tended to, Nathaniel pulled on his heavy coat. It was a canvas jacket, lined with wool, patched in several places where wear or accident had opened holes. He had owned this coat for more than 30 years, and it had shaped itself to his body, becoming less a garment and more a second skin. From a hook by the door, he took his hat, a wide-brimmed felt affair that had weathered countless seasons. He stepped outside again, this time not just to the porch, but beyond it, down the 3 wooden steps to the ground. The air had warmed slightly with the sun's arrival, but it still carried the edge of autumn moving toward winter. He could smell it in the air, that particular scent of the year turning, of life preparing to rest. His destination was the woodshed, a small structure some 20 yards from the cabin. This was separate from the covered woodpile he had accessed earlier. Here he kept his tools, his saw, his axe, his various implements for the work of maintaining life in the mountains. The shed door swung open smoothly. Unlike the cabin door, this one made no sound. He had oiled the hinges just last week, part of the constant maintenance that living in such a place required. Inside, everything hung in its proper place on the walls or rested on shelves he had built decades ago. The saw, the axe, files of various sizes, wedges for splitting, rope, wire, a box of nails, a hammer worn smooth with use. Nathaniel selected the axe, testing its weight in his hands. He had sharpened it 2 days ago, and the edge gleamed in the dim light of the shed. He also took a canvas bag, empty now, but soon to be filled. These were his tools for the morning's work. He walked into the forest with slow, measured steps. There was no trail to follow, but he needed none. The forest was as familiar to him as the interior of his cabin. He knew where the ground was soft, where roots lay hidden beneath fallen leaves, where stones lurked to turn an ankle. His feet found safe passage without his eyes needing to guide them constantly. The trees rose around him, tall pines and firs that had stood for decades. Some had stood when he first arrived here, had watched him age while they themselves grew by inches each year. Nathaniel knew individual trees, could recognize them by their bark patterns, by the shape of their branches, by the way they stood in relation to their neighbors. He was looking for deadfall, branches that had come down in recent winds or under the weight of snow. These would be dry enough to burn, seasoned by their time aloft, and he would not need to cut living wood. The forest provided what he needed if he was patient and observant. It took him nearly an hour to fill the canvas bag. He moved from tree to tree, selecting branches, breaking them to manageable lengths, adding them to his collection. Some pieces were too green and he left them. Others were too rotten and would not burn well. He chose carefully, his hands evaluating each piece even as his eyes scanned for the next. The bag grew heavy. He adjusted its weight on his shoulder, redistributing the load. His shoulder ached, the old injury that had never fully healed. But this was simply another part of the morning. Pain and work were companions he had learned to accommodate. When the bag was full, he began the walk back to the cabin. The return journey always seemed shorter, though he knew the distance remained the same. Perhaps it was the satisfaction of a task completed, Or perhaps it was simply the anticipation of rest. The cabin came into view through the trees, solid and reassuring, smoke rising from its chimney in a straight column in the still air. He emptied the bag onto the woodpile, stacking the new pieces carefully among the others. The work was done, but the day was not. There would be lunch to prepare, water to pump, perhaps some small repair to make. The afternoon stretched ahead, filled with its own rhythms and routines. But for now, he stood on the porch, looking out at the mountains. The sun was higher, the valley clear of mist. Somewhere a bird called, its voice carrying across the distance. Nathaniel listened, his hands resting on the porch railing, his breath still coming steady and even. The morning had unfolded as mornings did. The fire had been lit, the coffee made, the wood gathered. These were the anchors of his day, the reliable patterns that marked the passage of time. Tomorrow would bring the same rituals, and the day after that, and the day after that. And Nathaniel found comfort in this. The repetition was not monotony, but meditation. Each action a prayer of sorts. Each completed task an affirmation that he was still here, still capable, still part of the world turning slowly around him. Chapter 2, Where the Traps Remember. The afternoon sun had reached its highest point when Nathaniel set out from the cabin again. This time he carried a different set of tools. A pair of wire cutters, several lengths of cord, a small jar of rendered fat, and an old canvas rucksack that had seen better decades. Slung across his shoulder was a lighter rifle than the one hanging on his cabin wall, a .22 caliber weapon that had served him reliably for checking his trap line. The trap line was something he maintained out of habit more than necessity these days. There had been years when the furs he caught provided essential income, when the meat from trapped animals supplemented his stores through hard winters. Now his needs were simpler, his appetite smaller, but the routine of checking traps had woven itself so deeply into the fabric of his life that abandoning it would have felt like losing a limb. He followed a path that existed more in his memory than on the ground. Occasional marks on trees, a particular arrangement of stones, the way certain branches hung. These were his signposts. The first trap lay perhaps half a mile from the cabin, set near a fallen log where rabbits often traveled. He approached it carefully, as he always did, watching for any sign that it had been disturbed. The trap was empty. The trigger mechanism remained set, the snare loop hanging ready. Nathaniel knelt beside it, his knees protesting the familiar descent. He checked the cord for wear, examined the anchor point, ensured that everything remained as it should be. Finding no issues, he took the small jar of fat and dabbed a tiny amount near the trap, refreshing the scent that might draw an animal's curiosity. The second trap was farther on, placed where a narrow game trail crossed a stream. Here the technique was different. A body-gripping trap designed for mink or marten, set in a wooden box that directed the animal's approach. Nathaniel checked the springs, tested the trigger with a stick, confirmed that rust hadn't seized any of the mechanisms. This trap, too, was empty, had been empty for several days from the look of it. He continued on, moving from trap to trap. Some were along the stream, others in the deeper forest where the trees grew so thick that sunlight reached the ground only in scattered fragments. Each trap told a story to his experienced eye. One had been disturbed by a larger animal, possibly a bear, though the creature hadn't been interested enough to fully destroy it. Another had caught and released something. The scuff marks in the dirt suggested a near miss. A rabbit perhaps that had triggered the mechanism but escaped. At the seventh trap, he found success. A rabbit hung in the snare, its body stiff with death. Nathaniel examined it, noting that it had been caught recently, perhaps during the night or early morning. The animal had died quickly, a clean catch. He removed it from the snare with practiced movements, reset the trap, and placed the rabbit in his rucksack. The harvest was modest, but then he had not expected more. The populations of small game fluctuated with the seasons and the years. This was a leaner year, but not so lean as to cause concern. He would have rabbit for dinner, perhaps for several dinners if he dried some of the meat, and the pelt would join others in his cabin. He found 2 more rabbits before the trap line was complete. The last was caught in a snare near a bramble thicket where rabbits often fed on the tender shoots. This one was smaller, younger, but still a worthwhile addition to his take. By the time he reached the final trap, empty, but properly set, the afternoon had worn toward evening. The return journey took him by a different route, one that allowed him to check several hunting blinds he maintained. These were simple structures, really just arrangements of logs and branches that provided concealment for a patient hunter. He didn't use them often anymore, but he kept them maintained because the work of his hands felt important, felt like participation in the ongoing life of the forest. At one blind, he noticed that a family of mice had taken up residence in the accumulated leaves. He smiled slightly at this, appreciating the irony of a hunter's blind serving as shelter for the hunted. He left the mice undisturbed, making a mental note to check this blind's soundness when the mice had moved on in the spring. Back at the cabin, the real work began. Nathaniel cleared a space on the wooden table and laid out his knives. Skinning and butchering rabbits was work he had done thousands of times, and his hands moved through the process with barely a thought guiding them. The knife found the right places, made the right cuts, separated pelt from flesh with clean efficiency. The pelts went into a bucket of salt water to begin the curing process. Later, after they had soaked, he would stretch them on frames and hang them to dry. The meat he divided into portions. Some he would cook tonight. Some he would wrap and store in the cold cellar beneath the cabin floor. Some he would slice thin and hang to dry, creating jerky that would last through the winter. The work took him until dusk. When he finally set down his knife and washed his hands in the basin, the cabin was growing dim. He lit the oil lamp on the table, a ritual that marked the transition from day to evening. The lamp had belonged to his father, had traveled across several states before ending up here in the mountains. The brass was worn smooth. The glass chimney had been replaced twice, but the lamp still gave its steady golden light. He prepared the rabbit for cooking simply. Flour, salt, some wild herbs he had dried in the summer. The pieces went into the cast iron skillet with a bit of fat, and soon the cabin filled with the smell of cooking meat. He added some potatoes he had stored, slicing them thin to cook in the same pan, absorbing the flavors. While the food cooked, Nathaniel sat in his rocking chair by the window. Outside, the last light was fading from the sky. The mountains became silhouettes against the deepening blue. A few stars were beginning to appear, and he watched them emerge one by one, old friends returning for the night. The rocking chair creaked gently as he moved. It was a sound he associated with contentment, with rest earned through the day's work. His hands rested on the armrests, fingers tracing patterns worn into the wood by years of this same posture. The warmth from the stove had spread throughout the cabin, and the smell of cooking food added to the sense of comfort. When the meal was ready, he ate at the table, savoring the taste of fresh meat. It had been several days since he'd had protein beyond dried beans and preserved fish, and his body welcomed the change. He ate slowly, as he did everything, letting the food nourish both body and spirit. After dinner, there were the dishes again. More water heated, more careful washing and drying. Then he returned to the pelts, checking their progress in the salt water, adding a bit more salt where needed. These small tasks of the evening were as important as the larger tasks of the day. Everything built upon everything else, each action preparing for the next day's needs. As full darkness settled over the mountains, Nathaniel prepared for bed. He banked the fire in the stove, ensuring it would hold some heat through the night but would not burn too hot. He checked the door latch, more from habit than concern. He was miles from any neighbor, and visitors were rare as snow in summer. He undressed slowly, hanging his clothes on their proper hooks, and pulled on the flannel nightshirt he had worn for more winters than he could count. The bed was narrow and hard, but he had slept in it so long that it felt perfectly formed to his body. He pulled the quilts up, 3 of them, handmade, some by his own hands and some by hands that were no longer here. Before sleep, he lay listening to the sounds of night. An owl called from somewhere in the forest. The wind had picked up slightly, moving through the pines with a sound like distant water. The cabin made its settling noises, the wood contracting slightly as the outside temperature dropped. Nathaniel's thoughts drifted without direction. He thought about the rabbits he had caught, about the trap that needed its spring adjusted, about the wood he would need to split tomorrow. But these thoughts were not worries or plans, just observations floating through his mind like leaves on a slow stream. Sleep came gradually, not all at once, but in stages. His breathing deepened, his body relaxed more fully into the mattress. The sounds of the night continued around him, but they faded from his consciousness, becoming part of the texture of his rest. The cabin stood quiet in the darkness, smoke rising from its chimney into the star-filled sky. Inside, an old man slept, his day complete, his rituals observed. Tomorrow would bring more of the same, and in this sameness there was peace. Chapter 3: The Names of Forgotten Tools. Morning arrived as it always did, with gray light seeping through the cabin window and the cold pressing against the walls. Nathaniel woke without urgency, his eyes opening to the familiar shadows of the ceiling beams. He had been dreaming, though the content of the dream dissolved even as he tried to recall it. Something about a river, perhaps, or maybe it had been voices. But dreams were like that at his age, present and then gone, leaving only a vague sense of having been somewhere other than the cabin. He lay under the quilts for a few moments longer, feeling the warmth he had accumulated during the night, reluctant to surrender it to the cold room. But habit and the needs of the day eventually pulled him from bed. His feet found the floor, and the shock of cold wood against skin completed the waking process. The morning routine unfolded as always. Fire laid and lit, water pumped and heated, Coffee made. Toast prepared. Each action flowed into the next, his body moving through the patterns it had learned so deeply that consciousness was barely required. He could have performed these tasks in darkness, and sometimes, on the deepest winter mornings when dawn came late, he did. But today, after breakfast, Nathaniel did something different. Instead of heading immediately to his outdoor tasks, he went to the wooden chest that sat at the foot of his bed. This chest had come west with his family, had survived journeys by wagon and rail, had held the possessions of several generations. Now it held his own accumulated items, things he didn't need daily but couldn't quite abandon. He opened the lid, which protested with a creak. The smell of old wood and aged cloth rose from within. On top lay some extra blankets, folded carefully. Beneath these were clothes he no longer wore, but kept for reasons he didn't examine too closely. Deeper still, wrapped in oiled cloth, were tools he had inherited. Nathaniel lifted out the package, feeling its familiar weight. He carried it to the table and unwrapped it slowly, revealing the tools within. There was a draw knife, its handles worn smooth from use, the blade still holding an edge despite decades of storage. A brace and bit set, the wooden brace dark with age, the various bits nested in their leather roll. A spokeshave, a plane, several chisels of different sizes. These had been his father's tools, and his grandfather's before that. He picked up the draw knife, testing its balance in his hands. The weight was perfect, the handles positioned just right. This was a tool made before efficiency was measured in fractions of seconds, when craftsmanship meant something held in the hands rather than calculated by machines. He ran his thumb carefully along the blade, feeling the keenness still there. When had he last used these tools? Years, certainly. Maybe a decade or more. He had used them regularly once, back when he had built additions to the cabin, when he had made furniture and repaired things that had since worn out or been replaced. But time had moved on, and the tools had retreated into the chest, waiting for purposes that never quite arrived. He stood and looked around the cabin, seeing it with fresh eyes. The window frame, for instance, had developed a gap where the wood had warped slightly. Not serious, but enough to let in drafts. The door, despite its reliable creak, hung just slightly askew, scraping against the frame. The shelf where he kept his dishes had developed a lean. Nothing dramatic, but noticeable if you looked. These were small things, imperfections that had accumulated so gradually he had stopped seeing them. But now, with the tools laid out on the table, they became projects. Not urgent projects, but possibilities. Ways to fill the hours, to keep his hands busy and skilled, to maintain the cabin that had sheltered him through so many seasons. Nathaniel decided to start with the window frame. He carried the tools outside, along with a piece of aged lumber he had kept stored under the cabin. The wood was dry and seasoned, perfect for this work. He set up his workspace on the porch, arranging the tools within easy reach. The draw knife felt good in his hands as he began to work. The blade bit into the wood, peeling away thin shavings that curled like ribbons. There was a rhythm to the work, a push and pull that engaged his whole body. The wood revealed itself slowly, its grain becoming visible, its shape conforming to his intention. He worked without hurry. There was no deadline, no schedule to meet. The sun moved across the sky, marking the passage of time and shifting shadows. Occasionally he would pause, examining his work, testing the fit of the piece he was shaping against the window frame. Small adjustments, careful measurements taken not with tools, but with his eye and hands. By midday, he had shaped a piece that would fill the gap perfectly. He took a break then, going inside to make a simple lunch of bread and cheese, drinking cold water from the pump. His hands ached pleasantly from the work, his shoulders tired in a satisfying way. This was different from the weariness of daily chores. This was the fatigue of creation, of making something. After lunch, he continued with the fitting and installation. This required different tools, the chisels to make fine adjustments to the mortise, a small saw to trim the piece to final length. He worked carefully, knowing that wood, once cut, could not be uncut. Patience was everything in this work. The piece finally slid into place with a satisfying firmness. Nathaniel secured it with small wooden pegs he had whittled, tapping them home with a wooden mallet. When it was done, he stepped back to examine his work. The repair was obvious up close, the new wood lighter than the weathered frame, but the gap was sealed and the structural integrity restored. He ran his hand along the frame, feeling the transition from old wood to new. There was satisfaction in this, in having seen a problem and addressed it, in having taken materials and shaped them to purpose. His hands remembered this satisfaction from years past, from countless other projects, and the familiarity was comforting. The afternoon was wearing on toward evening, but Nathaniel wasn't quite finished. He turned his attention to the door, examining the hinges and the way it hung in its frame. The problem was subtle but clear to his experienced eye. The top hinge had worked slightly loose over the years, allowing the door to sag. Tightening the hinge was simpler work than cutting new wood, but it required care. The screws were old, their slots worn from previous adjustments. He used the brace and bit to drill pilot holes for new screws in fresh wood, then installed larger screws that would hold more securely. The door needed to be propped while he worked, and he used a wedge cut from scrap for this purpose. When he tested the door after his repair, it swung smoothly, no longer scraping. The creak remained. That was the wood itself, not the hardware, but the operation was improved. Another small victory, another incremental improvement in the cabin's function. The light was fading by the time he packed away the tools. He carried them inside, but instead of returning them immediately to the chest, he arranged them on a shelf near his workbench. Perhaps he would find more uses for them in the coming days. Perhaps it was time to bring these tools back into rotation, to make them part of his regular implements rather than stored memories. Dinner was simple. The remaining rabbit from the previous night, heated in the skillet with some wild onions he had gathered in the summer and dried. He ate while looking at the repaired window frame, pleased with the way it blended into the whole while still serving its purpose. After dinner, as darkness settled and the oil lamp cast its warm glow, Nathaniel sat in his rocking chair with a piece of wood and a knife. This was pleasure work, not necessity. He was carving a small figure, an owl, from a piece of pine. The carving had been in progress for weeks, worked on in small increments, refined slowly. The knife moved through the wood, revealing the owl hidden within. Nathaniel didn't think much while he carved, letting his hands guide the process, trusting their knowledge. Shavings fell to the floor around his chair, creating a small drift of pale wood curls. Outside, the night sounds began. The owl, a real one, called from its hunting perch. The wind moved through the pines. Small animals rustled in the underbrush near the cabin. These sounds formed a backdrop to the quiet inside, where the only noises were the scrape of knife on wood and the creak of the rocking chair. Time passed, though Nathaniel paid it no attention. The carving progressed, the owl's features becoming more defined. When his hands grew tired and the lamp's wick began to burn low, he set the work aside and prepared for bed. The carved owl went onto the mantel above the stove, joining several other figures he had made over the years. A deer, a rabbit, a fish, a bear. A small menagerie of wooden animals, each one representing hours of evening work, each one a meditation in wood. As he lay in bed, waiting for sleep, Nathaniel thought about the tools he had used today. He thought about his father's hands holding the same draw knife, about his grandfather's hands before that. Tools carried memory in them, held within their worn handles and aged blades the touch of all who had used them. By using them again, he had added his own touch to that history, had kept the chain unbroken. Sleep came easily, drawn on by the satisfaction of good work done. The cabin stood quiet around him, slightly improved from the morning, ready for another day. And in the chest at the foot of the bed, the remaining tools waited, patient and ready, should they be needed again. Chapter 4. When Smoke Writes Stories. The days had begun to shorten noticeably, autumn asserting itself more firmly with each passing morning. Nathaniel woke to find frost on the window, delicate patterns of ice crystals that caught the early light. He lay for a moment admiring the designs, seeing in them the random artistry of cold air and moisture before the needs of the morning pulled him from contemplation. The fire took longer to catch this morning, the wood reluctant in the deeper cold. He coaxed it patiently, adding progressively larger pieces as the flames gained confidence. Smoke rose up the chimney, and he watched it for a moment, noticing how it moved, how it carried the warmth upward and out into the morning air. After breakfast and the usual morning tasks, Nathaniel found himself drawn outside not by chores, but by the quality of the day itself. The sky was perfectly clear, a deep blue that seemed to pull at something inside him. The sun, still low, cast long shadows across the clearing around the cabin. The frost was beginning to melt, creating tiny droplets that caught the light like scattered diamonds. He walked away from the cabin without particular destination, following no path, but simply moving into the forest. This was something he did occasionally, these wandering walks where the purpose was the walking itself rather than any goal at the end. His feet found their way over the familiar ground, avoiding obstacles through long practice. The forest was transitioning, preparing for winter. Many of the deciduous trees had already lost their leaves, standing bare-branched against the sky. Others still held their foliage, but the colors had turned. Yellows and browns and occasional reds, the palette of ending. The evergreens remained steadfast, their needles dark green, promising continuity through the cold months ahead. Nathaniel noticed a fallen tree that hadn't been down on his last walk through this area. It was a large pine, its roots torn from the earth, leaving a crater-like hole in the ground. The tree must have been sick or weakened, because no storm had passed recently strong enough to bring down a healthy pine of this size. He examined it, running his hand along the trunk, noting the places where insects had worked beneath the bark, weakening it from within. This tree would need to be dealt with eventually. It lay across a slope where, come spring, it could create a dam for snow melt, potentially redirecting water in unwanted ways. But that work could wait for another day. Today was for observing, not for labor. He continued walking, climbing slightly as the ground rose toward one of the many ridges that folded these mountains into their complex topography. His breathing deepened with the effort, and he paused occasionally to rest. There was no shame in this, no frustration. His body had its limits, and he respected them. Near the top of the ridge, he came to a place he thought of as his thinking spot, though he had never named it aloud. It was simply a flat rock, positioned to overlook the valley below, where he sometimes came to sit and watch the world. He lowered himself onto the rock, feeling its cold solidity beneath him, and looked out at the view. The valley spread below, a tapestry of forest and clearings, with a stream catching the sunlight as it wound through the trees. In the distance, more mountains rose, layer upon layer of them fading into blue haze at the horizon. Nathaniel had lived surrounded by these mountains for most of his adult life, yet they still had the power to move him, to remind him of his own smallness in the face of such immensity. He sat for a long time, thinking about nothing in particular. Thoughts came and went like the breeze that occasionally stirred the air around him. He thought about the coming winter, about the work that would need to be done to prepare. He thought about the tools he had used the day before, about the satisfaction of repair work. He thought about the rabbits in his traps, about whether he should move some of the traps to new locations. But mostly he just sat, existing in the moment, feeling the cold rock beneath him and the cool air on his face, listening to the quiet sounds of the forest and watching the play of light and shadow across the valley. When he finally rose to return to the cabin, the sun had moved significantly across the sky. The morning was gone, the afternoon well begun. He made his way back down the ridge, taking a slightly different route that led him past a spring he sometimes used as an alternate water source. The spring was still flowing, though more slowly than in summer. The water emerged from between rocks, cold and clear, gathering in a small pool before overflowing to begin its journey down the mountain. Nathaniel knelt and drank from his cupped hands, the water so cold it made his teeth ache. But it was good water, pure and mineral sharp, tasting of the deep earth it had traveled through. Back at the cabin, he found tasks waiting. There were always tasks. He split wood for a while, the axe rising and falling in its familiar rhythm. Each log split cleanly, falling into halves that he then stacked on the woodpile. The physical work felt good after the contemplative morning, and he continued until his arms grew heavy and his breath came harder. He paused then, leaning on the axe handle, looking at the pile of split wood. It was growing, slowly but steadily. By the time the deep snows came, he would have enough to see him through to spring. This was important, this preparation. Winter in the mountains did not forgive the unprepared. Inside, he made a lunch of bread and dried meat, standing at the counter rather than sitting at the table. Through the window, he could see smoke rising from his chimney, a thin gray line against the blue sky. He watched it rise, seeing how it climbed straight up for a while before the upper winds caught it and spread it out, making it disappear into the vastness of the air. Smoke was like time, he thought, visible for a while, then dispersing, becoming invisible but not gone, just transformed into something too diffuse to see. His own life was like that too, visible and solid now, but eventually it would disperse, become part of the larger atmosphere of the world. The thought was neither sad nor frightening, just observational, a fact to be noted. The afternoon passed in small tasks. He mended a tear in one of his shirts, his needlework clumsy but functional. He sharpened several knives that had grown dull, the whetstone making its distinctive sound as metal slid across stone. He reorganized his dry goods shelf, checking supplies, making mental notes of what would need to be replenished before winter closed the mountain roads. As evening approached, he carried a chair outside to watch the sunset. The sky was putting on a show tonight, clouds that had gathered during the afternoon now catching the declining sun and transforming into shades of orange and pink and deep red. He sat and watched the colors shift and change, the light playing across the mountains, illuminating some peaks while leaving others in shadow. The temperature was dropping quickly as the sun set, and he eventually retreated inside to the warmth of the cabin. He prepared a simple dinner of beans and bacon, the smell filling the small space. While it cooked, he added wood to the fire, building it up for the evening ahead. After dinner and the cleaning up, Nathaniel returned to his carving. The owl was nearly complete now, just some fine detailing remaining. He worked carefully, the knife removing tiny curls of wood, refining the texture of feathers, defining the sharpness of the beak. His hands knew this work, had done similar carvings many times before. When he finally set the carving aside, the owl looked back at him with blank wooden eyes that somehow still seemed alert, watchful. He was pleased with it, though he would not have said so aloud. The pleasure was in the making, not in the praise. Before bed, he stepped outside one final time. The stars were brilliant in the cold, clear air, countless points of light scattered across the black sky. He identified the constellations he knew, following their familiar patterns. The Big Dipper, Orion, Cassiopeia, old friends, constant companions through the years. The cold drove him back inside, where the cabin was warm and welcoming. He banked the fire, undressed, and climbed into bed. The quilts were heavy and comforting, and he settled into them with a sigh of contentment. As he drifted toward sleep, he listened to the cabin settling, to the whisper of wind in the pines, to the distant call of a coyote. These sounds were his lullaby, the music of his solitary life. He had chosen this distance from the world of people and their complications. And lying here in his bed, warm and safe, he felt no regret about that choice. Sleep came, and the cabin stood quiet in the darkness, smoke rising from its chimney to join the cold night air, dispersing into invisibility, becoming part of everything. Chapter 5. The Memory in Quiet Corners. Several days passed in their usual manner, each one marked by the same rituals, the same patterns of work and rest. Nathaniel moved through them with the ease of long practice, his body and mind following grooves worn deep by repetition. The weather held clear and cold, autumn progressing toward its inevitable conclusion. On the morning of the 5th day, he woke to find that the first real snow had fallen during the night. Not much, just a dusting, but enough to transform the landscape. Everything was softened, outlined in white, the familiar rendered somehow new. He stood at the window, still in his nightshirt, looking out at this changed world. The snow would melt before evening, he knew. It was too early in the season for it to persist. But it was a reminder, a gentle warning that winter was approaching, that preparation time was finite. He dressed and went about his morning routine, feeling the slight increase in urgency, though nothing in his movements betrayed it. After breakfast, he decided to make the trip to his root cellar, a small structure dug into a hillside about 100 yards from the cabin. He went there infrequently, usually to store things at summer's end and then to retrieve them as needed through the winter. But today he wanted to take inventory, to confirm that his supplies were adequate. The walk to the root cellar took him through snow-dusted grass that crunched slightly under his boots. The air was sharp and clean, smelling of snow and pine. He carried a lantern even though it was daylight. The cellar would be dark. The cellar door was set into the hillside, a heavy wooden affair that kept out animals and insulated against temperature extremes. He pulled it open, grunting slightly with the effort, and descended the few steps into the earth's cool embrace. The lantern light revealed his stores arranged on rough wooden shelves. Jars of preserved vegetables, gleaming glass containers holding beans and tomatoes and pickles, burlap sacks of potatoes and turnips and carrots, stored in sand to keep them fresh. Dried herbs hanging from the low ceiling, smoked meat wrapped in cloth, mason jars of jam, their contents dark and jewel-like. Nathaniel moved among these supplies, checking, counting, making his assessment. He had enough, he decided. Not a surplus, but enough. The garden had been productive this year, and he had been diligent about preservation. Unless the winter stretched unusually long, he would be fine. There was satisfaction in this confirmation, in knowing that he had provided for himself, that he had read the seasons correctly and prepared accordingly. This was the fundamental work of his life, this provision, this self-sufficiency. It was what allowed him to live here, removed from the world, dependent on no one. He stayed in the root cellar longer than necessary, the lantern light creating dancing shadows on the earthen walls. There was something peaceful about this space, something womb-like. The temperature was constant, neither hot nor cold. The smell was of earth and stored food, wholesome and reassuring. Eventually, he climbed back out into the daylight, closing the door carefully behind him. The snow was already beginning to melt, as he had predicted. By afternoon, it would be gone except in the deepest shadows. Back at the cabin, he found himself restless, unable to settle into the afternoon's usual rhythm. He wandered from task to task, starting things but not finishing them. This was unusual for him, this lack of focus, and he recognized it as a symptom of something, though he couldn't quite identify what. He ended up sitting in his rocking chair earlier than usual, not because he was tired, but because he didn't know what else to do with himself. He rocked slowly, looking around the cabin's interior, seeing it with strange eyes, as if it belonged to someone else. The photograph on the wall caught his attention. He rose and took it down, carrying it to the window where the light was better. The image was faded, the faces in it barely distinguishable. But he knew them. His wife, Sarah. His daughter, Emily. This had been taken when Emily was perhaps 8 years old, back when they had lived in the valley, before the call of the mountains had pulled him here. Sarah had died 20 years ago. Cancer, quick and merciless. Emily had moved east to the cities, where she worked at something in an office. He still received letters from her occasionally, though less frequently as the years passed. She had her own life, her own family. She understood why he lived as he did, or at least she said she did. Nathaniel studied the photograph, trying to recall the moment it had captured. They had been happy, he remembered that much. Sarah had been laughing at something, and Emily had been making a face at the camera. The photographer had snapped the picture at just that moment, preserving their joy in silver and paper. He returned the photograph to its place on the wall, adjusting it to hang straight. For a moment, he rested his hand against it, as if he could reach through the glass and touch the people preserved there. Then he turned away and went back to his chair. The afternoon faded into evening. He prepared dinner without enthusiasm, eating mechanically. The food was fine, but he tasted it only distantly, his thoughts elsewhere. After dinner, he didn't carve or read or do any of the things that usually filled his evenings. He simply sat, rocking slowly, staring into the fire visible through the stove's door. Time passed. The fire burned down. The room grew dimmer as the lamp's wick consumed its oil. Nathaniel continued rocking, his mind wandering through the rooms of memory, visiting places he didn't often go. He thought about Sarah, about the sound of her voice, about the way she had hummed while working. He thought about Emily as a child, her endless questions, her absolute trust that he would always be there to protect her. He thought about the choices he had made, the paths taken and not taken, the life he had built here in the mountains. Regret was too strong a word for what he felt, but there was a wistfulness, a wondering about what might have been different. If Sarah had lived, if he had been a different kind of man, content with the valley and its society. If. But these were the thoughts of evening, colored by the day's strange mood. Tomorrow, in the morning light, he would return to his usual acceptance, his contentment with what was rather than what might have been. He knew this about himself, knew that these melancholy times came and went like weather, and that they passed. He roused himself finally, adding wood to the fire even though it was late, wanting the light and warmth. Then he prepared for bed, moving through the familiar motions. But before climbing beneath the quilts, he stood at the window one more time, looking out at the night. The sky was clouded now, no stars visible. The darkness was complete, the kind of darkness that existed only far from human lights. Nathaniel stood in this darkness, part of it, at peace with it. Whatever questions the day had raised, whatever memories it had stirred, they would settle again into the quiet corners where he usually kept them. He went to bed and lay in the darkness, listening to the wind that had begun to blow, carrying with it the promise of more weather coming. But the cabin was solid around him, warm and safe, and he was ready for whatever the weather might bring. Sleep came eventually, as it always did, and in the morning there would be fire to lay and coffee to make and wood to gather. The rhythms would reassert themselves, the rituals would provide their comfort, and life would continue as it had, day by day, season by season, in the quiet mountains where an old hunter had made his home. Chapter 6, Where the Hours Fold Together. The storm that had been promised by the previous night's wind arrived just before dawn. Nathaniel woke to the sound of it, rain drumming on the cabin roof with insistent rhythm. He lay listening for a while before rising, appreciating the sense of enclosure, of shelter that the sound created. Outside was wet and wild, but inside remained dry and calm. The morning routine unfolded as always, though the quality of light was different, filtered through heavy clouds and falling rain. The fire seemed to burn more cheerfully today, as if pleased to demonstrate its purpose. Steam rose from the kettle, joining the general atmosphere of warmth and moisture that filled the cabin. Nathaniel knew this would be a day spent largely indoors. The rain was too heavy for outdoor work, and he had learned long ago not to fight against weather. Better to accept it, to find useful or pleasant things to do while waiting for it to pass. The mountains taught patience, if nothing else. After breakfast, he turned his attention to a project he had been contemplating for some time: organizing his small library. Books were precious things to him, harder to come by here than almost anything else. He had perhaps 20 volumes, an eclectic collection accumulated over years, some bought, some traded for, some left behind by rare visitors. He took them down from their shelf one by one, examining each, remembering where it had come from and when he had last read it. There was a worn copy of Walden, its pages soft with handling, a field guide to mountain plants, full of pressed specimens and marginal notes in his own hand, a collection of poems by Frost, given to him by Sarah before they married, a practical manual on wilderness survival that he had long ago surpassed the need for, but kept anyway. He wiped each book carefully with a dry cloth, removing the dust that accumulated despite the cabin's relative cleanliness. Then he arranged them on the shelf not by size or author, but by some internal logic of his own. Books he turned to frequently on one end, books he had read once and kept for sentimental reasons on the other, with gradations between. The task took most of the morning, not because it was complex, but because he took his time with it, allowing himself to be distracted by passages he encountered, snippets of text that caught his attention. He read a few pages of Walden, nodding at familiar passages, finding new meaning in words he had read dozens of times before. When the books were reorganized, he made lunch, soup from dried vegetables and salt pork, thick and warming. He ate standing at the window, watching the rain fall, seeing how it created small streams in the clearing around the cabin, temporary waterways that would disappear when the rain stopped. The afternoon stretched ahead, empty of obligations. Nathaniel found himself at loose ends again, that restless feeling returning. He tried to carve, but his heart wasn't in it. He considered reading, but couldn't settle on which book to choose. Finally, he decided to do something he rarely did, nothing at all. He sat in his rocking chair and simply existed. He didn't doze or think particularly hard about anything. He just sat, rocking slightly, listening to the rain, watching the fire, letting time pass without trying to fill it with purpose. This was difficult at first. His lifetime of habit rebelled against such idleness. But gradually, he relaxed into it, finding a kind of meditation in the purposelessness. The rain continued through the afternoon and into the evening. Nathaniel roused himself to prepare dinner, but afterward returned to his chair, to his state of deliberate inaction. The lamp remained unlit, the only illumination coming from the fire. The cabin grew dim and shadow-filled, but he didn't mind. There was something appropriate about it, something that matched his mood. He thought about the passage of time, about how strange it was that days could feel both endless and brief, about how the same activities repeated day after day could feel both comforting and confining. He thought about the way his life had narrowed to this cabin, this clearing, these mountains, and about whether this narrowing was a diminishment or a focusing. There were no answers to these thoughts, just the thinking itself, circling and returning and moving on again. The rain provided a soundtrack, constant and somewhat hypnotic. The fire crackled and popped. The cabin creaked occasionally as wind pushed against it. When Nathaniel finally prepared for bed, he felt oddly refreshed, though he had done nothing that could be called productive. Perhaps there was value, he thought, in these empty times, these pauses in the constant rhythm of work and routine. Perhaps doing nothing was itself something, a kind of rest that went deeper than mere sleep. He lay in bed listening to the rain, which showed no signs of stopping. It would likely continue through the night and into tomorrow. But he had supplies, had fuel for the fire, had food in the root cellar. The rain could fall for days if it chose. He was prepared for it. Sleep came slowly, seeping in around the edges of consciousness. His last waking thought was about the rain itself, about the water falling from the sky to nourish the earth, about the great cycle of evaporation and condensation that kept the world alive. He was part of that cycle, he realized. His own body was mostly water, water that had once been rain, that would someday be rain again. And with that thought, he slept, while the rain continued its steady drumming on the cabin roof, while the fire burned low, while the night deepened around the small circle of warmth and shelter that held one old man dreaming. Chapter 7. The Silence Between Breaths. The rain had stopped sometime during the night. Nathaniel woke to silence, a profound quiet that seemed to have weight and texture. He lay listening to this silence, hearing within it the subtle sounds that silence contains, his own breathing, the faint ticking of cooling metal in the stove, the almost inaudible rustle of the quilts as he shifted slightly. When he rose and looked outside, he saw that the world had been washed clean. Water droplets clung to every surface, catching the early light. The clearing around the cabin was muddy, marked with temporary puddles that reflected the sky. The air, visible as mist rising from the wet earth, carried the smell of rain and soil and growing things. The morning unfolded in its familiar pattern, but Nathaniel moved through it with heightened awareness, noticing details he usually overlooked. The exact sound of the pump handle as it moved up and down, the way steam rose from coffee in complex, spiraling patterns, the sensation of his feet on the cabin floor, the pressure and release of each step. This attentiveness was not intentional, not something he was trying to cultivate. It simply was, a state he found himself in without knowing how he had arrived there. Everything seemed slightly more vivid, more present, more itself. After breakfast, he went outside to check on the effects of the rain. The woodpile had remained dry under its tarp, but water had pooled in several places where the ground was uneven. He would need to dig small trenches to drain these areas, to prevent the water from causing problems. But not today. Today the ground was too saturated for such work. He walked instead, picking his way across the muddy clearing to the edge of the forest. The trees were still dripping, releasing the rain they had caught. Each drop that fell made a small sound, and the accumulation of these sounds created a gentle percussion, irregular and organic. Nathaniel found a fallen log that was relatively dry and sat on it, content to simply be present in this post-rain world. A bird called from somewhere nearby. It sung clear in the washed air. Another answered from farther away. He listened to their conversation, understanding nothing of it, but appreciating it nonetheless. Time passed, though he paid it no attention. The sun climbed higher, burning off the mist. The dripping from the trees slowed and eventually stopped. The puddles began to shrink. The world was drying, returning to its usual state, but slowly, giving him time to witness the transition. When he finally returned to the cabin, he found himself still in that state of heightened awareness. He made lunch mindfully, paying attention to each action: the cutting of bread, the spreading of butter, the pouring of water. These simple acts became almost ceremonial in their deliberateness. The afternoon was spent on quiet tasks. He mended some clothes, his needle moving through fabric with careful precision. He sorted through his supplies of dried herbs, discarding any that had lost their potency, arranging the rest in order of how frequently he used them. He cleaned his rifle, disassembling it, oiling each part, reassembling it with the confidence of long familiarity. These were all things he had done countless times before, but today they felt different, imbued with a significance he couldn't quite name. It was as if he was seeing his life from a slight distance, observing himself going through these motions, understanding them as the rituals they were. As evening approached, he went outside again to bring in wood for the night. The sky was clear now, the storm completely past, and the first stars were appearing in the east. He stood with his arms full of wood, looking up at those stars, feeling their vast distance, their ancient light. Inside, he built up the fire and prepared a simple dinner. He ate slowly, savoring each bite not because the food was particularly good, but because he was particularly present to it. The potato was potato-ness itself. The bread was essence of bread. He smiled slightly at this thought, at the pretentiousness of it, but also at the truth contained in the pretension. After dinner, instead of carving or reading, he simply sat by the fire, watching the flames, observing their colors and movements, their endless transformations of wood into heat and light. Fire was alive in its way, he thought. Not alive as animals were alive, but possessed of a kind of vitality nonetheless. He thought about all the fires he had built over his years in this cabin. Thousands of them, tens of thousands, each one different, yet each one the same. Each one temporary, yet each one part of an unbroken chain of fires stretching back to the first fire he had ever lit here, and before that to fires lit in other places, and before that to fires lit by others, back and back to the first human who had coaxed flame from wood and understood its gift. The fire burned down. The lamp's oil was consumed. Darkness gathered in the corners of the cabin. Nathaniel sat in this darkening, not fighting it, letting it come, welcoming it. There was peace in darkness, a rest for the eyes, a quieting of the visual that allowed other senses to come forward. When he finally moved to prepare for bed, he did so by feel as much as by sight, his hands knowing where things were, his feet knowing where to step. The cabin was as familiar to him as his own body. More familiar, perhaps, because the cabin did not change and fail the way bodies did. He lay in bed, still in that state of heightened awareness, listening to the night sounds. An owl called. Something small rustled in the underbrush near the cabin. The wind moved through the pines with its eternal whisper. These sounds were companions, familiar presences that marked his nights. Nathaniel found himself thinking about tomorrow, about the day that would come after this one. It would be, he knew, much like all the days that had come before. Fire would need to be lit. Coffee would need to be made. Wood would need to be gathered. The traps would need to be checked. All the small tasks that comprised his life would need to be attended to. And yet, each day was also unique, unrepeatable. This particular alignment of weather and light and internal state would never occur again in exactly this way. Every moment was both eternal recurrence and absolute novelty. This was the paradox of his days, the strange truth of his life. He thought about the years he had spent here, about how they had accumulated into a life. He thought about what he had gained and what he had lost by choosing this solitude. He thought about the person he had been when he arrived and the person he had become. They were the same person, of course, but also different, worn and shaped by time and circumstance the way water wears stone. These thoughts led nowhere in particular, arrived at no conclusions. They were simply thoughts, arising and passing away like everything else. Nathaniel observed them without judgment, letting them move through his consciousness like clouds crossing a clear sky. Sleep began to approach, but slowly, without urgency. He welcomed it, but didn't chase it, content to exist in this liminal space between waking and sleeping, between day and night, between thought and dreamlessness. His breathing deepened. His body relaxed more fully into the mattress. The sounds of the night continued but began to fade from his awareness. The darkness was complete now, restful and embracing. And gradually, imperceptibly, consciousness released its hold, and Nathaniel drifted into sleep, into the dreams or dreamlessness that waited there, into the renewal that sleep brought, so that tomorrow he could wake and begin again, lighting the fire, making the coffee, gathering the wood, checking the traps, living the life he had chosen, day by day, breath by breath, in the quiet mountains where time moved slowly and the seasons turned. And an old hunter lived out his days in patterns as old, as human habitation, as new as each morning's first light. And the cabin stood through the night, solid and sure, sheltering this one life, this one consciousness, while outside the stars wheeled slowly across the sky, and the forest breathed, and the mountains held their ancient watch, and everything continued as it had continued for ages, and would continue for ages more, while the particular life of one man unfolded in its particular way, important and unimportant, significant and insignificant, simply what it was, a life being lived moment by moment, in all its ordinary extraordinariness. The night deepened. The fire in the stove burned down to embers, then to ash. The cold crept closer to the cabin, but did not enter. Inside, An old man slept, his breath steady and even, his dreams his own. And time passed, as time does, neither hurrying nor delaying, simply moving forward in its inexorable way, carrying everything with it: the sleeping man, the quiet cabin, the dark forest, the watching mountains, the turning earth, the wheeling stars, all of it moving together through the night toward whatever morning would bring.